while since you felt like this. Been a while since you felt like this. Been a while since you felt like this. There must be something wrong. I guess I felt.
Hello everyone, and welcome to the final day of competition here in Riga, Latvia at the 2024 ISU Junior Grand Prix Series. I'm your host, Ted Bardenlock, along with Mark Hounruddy. The men's free program coming up. Mark, what did we see in the short?
Short program was a really quality event, and it's not necessarily a surprise to see a Japanese skater leading the field. What is the perhaps surprise is the Japanese skater that it is just 14 years of age. Sena Takahashi was quite brilliant, and we'll see if he can maintain that lead, being the last competitor to take to the ice.
I did want to give a special mention to Nikita Sheko from Israel, the short program. It was absolutely brilliant. Something special to see. If you haven't seen that yet, go online to take a look at it. He's currently in second place, but the program is unique and very, very special. Mark, the free program for the men's starts right now. Welcome everyone to day number 3, final day of competition here in Riga. I'm so happy I have a voice back.
Yay.
That's awesome. As we do a flyover of the Volvo Sport Arena here, been quite the event, and we thank all the volunteers for the wonderful support they've provided, our crew and staff, and of course our production crew as well, doing some brilliant work as we come inside, live inside the arena with the men's free program. The final 2 medal events, the men and the dance, first group on. Mark, welcome back. First of all, tell us a little bit about the field. How many we have?
We have 27 men competing, as we see there, the judging panel. And the judging panel of this event had to work hard 2 evenings ago. There were some challenges with delays within the men's short program. It was a late night, but I've heard from some of the panel, and they yesterday were able to enjoy sights of amazing Riga, so I think that's made up for it.
And of course, we had to fill a lot of time, that's for sure. Yeah, it was some really outstanding performances in the top 3 as we take a look at the start order for this event. It was pretty special. The 14-year-old young man, Sena, from Japan, was a little bit of a surprise, I would say. You know, no one knew, at least we didn't know what we were going to see out of him, and he was brilliant.
Yes, and had a little indication upon digging deep to see the results that have taken place in the summer. For most of the skaters, not all of the skaters, but for many of the skaters, they will be competing domestically at events in their respective nations. And I know that Sena Takahashi had done well at the Gensen Summer Cup. He got a 73-point score in the short program, but he topped the 80-point marker 2 days ago and comfortably leading. And it got me to just looking to check how far off world record junior scores that was. And Ilya Malin, the current senior world champion, he still boasts the world records in the junior discipline as well. He had an 88.99 and wasn't that far off with this young 14-year-old. So an indication maybe of his future stardom.
And in contrast of styles, I would say more than anything, Nikita Sheko of Israel, he was really brilliant. And what was special about that, I mean, there's only a few performances through my 11 years doing this, is you go like you get tingles.
Yeah.
And it was special. And just the choreography, particularly at the end of the program, we talked about that, I think, in the opening. Pretty special performance.
Yeah, it's interesting when you mentioned about the tingles, the kind of performance that would, give you the feels, if you like. And for me, that I remember in terms of being moved is then just what we might see in this very first group, because we had the chance to see Mario Schwiedek's son Richard
Yes.
competing. So obviously that performance was not of the same caliber as yet in a skating perspective.
But off the ice it was.
The emotions and the feels that very exciting and a real privilege for us to get to watch and see. And I think because we have the awareness and the insight of the father, so we have a little bit more of a backstory, and that's what connects us with these humans.
It brings the parents into the story, and they happen to be the parents and coaches. Okay, that's fair enough. But all the parents of these athletes, we think of them quite often. We talk about them. We don't talk about them on air necessarily all the time. We should talk a little bit more about them, because they're at home feeling all sorts of different things as they watch their children skate. And whether it's a good skate or a bad skate, there's always pride and fear and nerves and all that kind of stuff. And we recognize the contributions and passion and the love that they give to their kids. So important for them to even be here. And then in third place, of course, we have Jae-Kun Lee from Korea. And that was another, I wouldn't say surprise, but, an interesting young skater.
Yeah, and such is the depth there that we had. Jae-Kun Lee and Lukasz Vaklavic both posting scores of 73 as well. So a strong field. And actually, Ted, on the back of the discussion regarding the parents, it leads me to want to open up the forum to tell the parents, feel free to contact us with your feelings.
Yeah, that's demanded. Okay, we want the parents of these skaters, if you are so brave, and you're going to tell us where, to go onto Instagram if you can do that, and send us your thoughts, what you experience, what you feel when you watch your children from thousands and thousands of kilometers away, and miles for the Americans, and what you feel and experience as you watch your children skate, the pride and the fear and all that type of thing. We'd love to hear from you, so please, where?
We can. I'm more than happy to field any direct messages on my own personal Instagram, and I'm sure the International Skating Union team will pass on any information, because as you've so wonderfully done, Ted, over the course of your involvement on this live stream, that you've talked a little bit about we have the opportunity in the Junior Grand Prix to trial different things. It's not a television broadcast, and thus we can be able to open the forum and make it very much more inclusive. And I try to contact as many of the skaters and the coaches as possible.
You do a great job. You can research my name too, so please send them to both Mark and I, and we'd love to bring them forward on our broadcast so that people understand, the parents watching, but also the fans around the world who've never been in a rink, never been on ice, never really seen the sport, can understand not just about the skater and the skating, but about the army that makes that all work, and all the people in the background as well. Okay, let's talk about the men's event coming up here. We're going to see a variety of different standards. Remember, not all skaters, they're equal in their passion for the sport. They're equal in the desire to skate their best, but they're not necessarily equal in the skill development, because they may not have the same resources from a facility perspective, coaching perspective, all sorts of different things. So we will, in the early groups, see skaters that are at a certain stage of development.
And that's why the backstories are perhaps even more important for these athletes, because it gives us sometimes a greater understanding of why there might be the discrepancies in the standard, because as we see the later groups, it's easier for us to get the information, because so often that's a training environment or a coach that we know a little bit more about.
Okay, do you have your papers ready?
I am ready.
You're ready to go?
Ready.
Okay.
Gladiators.
I got to check on this guy all the time. Okay, looking forward to today. Here we go.
And now to the first competitor, opening day 3 of competition at the Junior Grand Prix in Riga. Daniil Valinov, 15-year-old, born in Bergen. And eager to move up in the rankings with his free skate. Well, much better than the short program for Daniil Valinov. You can see the exhaustion at the end of the performance. He had a bit of a nightmare short program. 2 of the 7 elements had no value at all. Much better, showcasing the hard work that he has given in the off-season.
Yeah, no question. And we talked about the difference between the short and the free psychologically. You know, the short is a little bit nerve-wracking, of course, because, you know, you can't win the competition with that, but you can lose it. And so you get really tight. You need a good short program to get to the position. And then you make too many mistakes. And then in the free, it's redemption. It's all about redemption, personal redemption, of course. And he did that. Some work really needs... You can see there's a good triple loop right up in the double axel. Nice and straight and tight in the air. Maybe a little bit tighter ankles would be better, but pretty good. As he got tired, we started to see the posture a little bit break on the landings. And you can see right there, you know, sort of flinging their arms around a little bit. But this was nice and tight and straight in the air. Just details, pointed toes, a little bit softer knees. That was cool.
Actually, and it's a good point there, what you've captured, Ted, is that as part of the choreo sequences, we see Daniil stepping up into big double axel, double toe. This year, the skaters can use knee slides as a recognized skating movement in their choreo step sequence. So that different to the short program, the step sequence required in a short program, a choreo sequence required in the free skate. And now this year,
yeah, and
I
want to talk about those knee slides. I could never do it because I had that Osgood-Schwarz, disease. And with those knees, I mean, it's horrible. Like, I mean, it's really hard. And it's got to, I don't know how they do it. Like, that's got to hurt.
I just wear knee pads every day now because...
Oh, well, yeah, but look at how old you are.
Yeah, good point, yeah. I shouldn't be doing that.
You should wear, like, body armor
anymore.
or something like that.
Yeah.
But that was a pretty good skate for this young man, you know, like just trying to say, hey, I got much more to show you than what I showed in the short program. That is, in some ways, for athletes, is the joy, is that you want to walk away from a competition. You may not have accomplished your goals. You may not have skated everything perfectly, but you want to have been able to react to something and improve it. And the free program gives you that opportunity.
And great work from Yuri Salmanov, coach, who's managed to take the day off and turn around in that time the frustration and disappointment, because it's so challenging if you've got that extra day between the short program and the free skate. When you don't feel good and you do feel frustrated and despondent, the coach has to work hard to try to ensure that despondency is channeled into positive energy, and you sense that from that opening triple loop double axel. You sense
and the
that.
tools that the coach has are the words, and the words that you use and the tone that you use is a selection like off a menu. And if you pick the wrong word or the wrong tone, you're going down the rabbit hole. Yeah. So this is the work that the coach has to do. Let's take a look at the free program scores for Daniil. An 86.86 for skater out in the competition. The coach looked pretty happy with that. Good finish to the competition with a 122.32 total competition score. Final moments, board side, final words.
That's a lot of high fives, a lot of positive energy being given to Ratmir Bekesbayev, the first of the Latvian skaters today. And Ratmir will need a big personal best, or an ISU personal best, if he is to stay ahead of Daniil. And he will open his free skate with a triple toe to the music Overture of Lord and Master by Apache. Radmir Bekasbayev places his hands on his knees in exhaustion, completely understandable.
You know, that was interesting in a way. There were moments where he had good posture, straight back. Then there were a lot of moments where the arms were hanging and his body was forward. So you could see him in that stage of development where, you know, because I was like that. Stand up straight. I am standing up straight. No, stand up straight here. No, but I am standing. You know, you don't know because you have to feel it, right? So there were moments he actually had okay posture, but there was a lot that he didn't, especially the arms as well.
And the body has that sort of self-conservation and preservation when the exhaustion sets in. Sometimes it's simply not possible to be able, as we see the back pivot, that back 3 turn, little spread eagle.
Watch this triple toe loop, and you see him. That was not bad, the posture. It could be better, but not too bad. And let's watch here the triple sock out. Good in the air. And he just gets a single toe up into a double toe and has to bounce back. And here's a double axel a little bit later. Not a lot of speed coming up. There's the double flip into another double axel. You can see it's a little chaos in the air, right? Here's those slides we were talking about, Mark.
Yes, and Radmir, I presume, wanted to consider a clean skate here in front of the home nation, because in the short program, Radmir attempted the bigger value jumps, had a triple flip and a triple lutz in his planned program content in the short program. Didn't intend to use those in this free skate, as you see Mr. Biceps out again. I wonder, I need to find out the story behind that for Radmir, but certainly it's going to be an improvement on the score that he posted 2 years ago at this event. That was 61.3. It's going to be higher than that, and he certainly also has the technical ammunition potentially to improve it much further when it's ready to be used in the context of a free skate.
Well, one of the things I wrote down was he's strong. He's physically really strong.
Yeah.
That's why.
Biceps.
That's the biceps. Not organized, but strong. 73.87 for Radmir's, and that is second in the free program, second skater out, of course, in this event, with a 110.73. He's got the strength. He's got all those abilities. He's got to get it organized, you know, and polished. But that's with a lot of skaters. So.
And there, signs, special scenes of a mother and son.
Yeah, mom and son. We saw the mother backstage pacing before this happened. Go ahead.
And taking to the ice, Wendell Hansen Ostergaard. And he skates to the brilliant La Vie en Rose and Je ne regrette rien. Vendela Hansen Østergaard, a skater who skates so little during the year. The ice rink is closed for such a prolonged time, for months on end, and so little preparation time. And that's the reason why Vendel probably finds himself in this group. That said, there are some aspects of his skating that I love. The back outside skid into that Ina bar was so clever and cool as a transition, and something we might not see from anybody else. Nice.
As you said, they don't have the time. There's a popped attempt at the triple loop. He had to pop that open. He'd broken the waist. He'd come down the ice a little bit for the double lutz. Rotates into a single loop.
And when we see, I think he did well with this Salco later on when his legs were presumably done.
And I think there's that slide. I'm going to keep this going here because this was pretty cool. Watch him. I'm going to do this super slow motion. Watch that foot come off the ice. That's amazing. He's sliding on one knee, brings the free leg off the ice. Very cool. And not easy. May not have been intentional. But
and the other thing that I can't stress enough is that the run-throughs, the mileage, because Vendel and his mum don't have access to the rink, they simply cannot amass the number of run-throughs. And we'll reference the term run-throughs because when the skater gets the chance to play their music from start to finish with all the content, and the more of those you get, the more competition ready you are.
For anyone who's been done sports and whatnot, or ski, or you play basketball, whatever you would like to do, if you don't do enough of it, you're not going to be particularly good at it. It just takes time. 79.10 for Wendell. That is second in the free program with a total competition score of 120.15. And that'll put Wendell for the moment at least into second place. Some good things, just needs more time. And sometimes it's the facility, and we talked about that, it's not all there, and it's not all equal for all skaters.
They need a year-round ice rink. And now to Nicola De Tria, the 15-year-old Italian skater. He had some of the easiest planned program content in the short program, but what he didn't bring to the table in regards of difficulty, he had in class some elegant lines from the 15-year-old Italian. And even elegance to the finish position for Nicolai De Tria, the Italian competitor, who comes into the free skate with a very different mix of his abilities, because his program component scores in the short program, they would have had him 4 places higher than he finished up. The strength of his components stronger than that at present.
We'll see a lot of difference in the elegance, the posture, the use of the arms in this young man than we did in the earlier skaters. We're going to show you some slow motion of his opening moves. Takes the time. There's a big difference in, there's the cheering.
Barbara Leoni.
Yeah, exactly. Let's take a look at this. Watch this in the opening here. And just slow this down.
And the judges looking in terms of the presentation for a variety and a contrast of energy and movements. And here you can see just that. That's a contrast of movement, playing with multi-dimensional use of space, which is going to keep the judges happy.
And good save on that. He was off on a lean outside the circle, but got the free leg back, no problem. Triple toe loop here, step up into the double axel. A little swingy with things, but because he's pretty tidy in the air, pretty organized. That posture, we always talk about those young skaters listening to this, straight and strong in the air. So important. Pointed toes, those details, ankles tight together in the air. Those are the things that make it easy. I took that because that was pretty cool, that little kick.
Yeah.
And sorry, you'll see the Inabauer here.
Again, good use of multi-dimensional movement. You can see taking his body off axis, using his core as he steps up into another double axel.
And you can see, even though he's on a lean and the takeoffs, his back is strong and straight, and he's able to hang on to the landing. So important.
As the Coach Barbara and Nicolai proudly wave the Italian flag, we can see though from the double flip later on that there's probably work in the training ground to just keep improving the takeoffs of the more difficult triples so that he can push that technical element score ever higher. But the coaching staff will know that only too well, and playing it relatively safe in what he plans here with the hope that he can add more triples to his arsenal of jumps.
It's interesting when we talk about it's easy for us to sit in this room that's actually warm and talk about what we what we see. The coaches see the same thing. They know the same thing. They're working on the same thing. So it's not an analysis of the coach's work. We know they know, right? But the process takes time.
And actually, in terms of the coach's work, the coaching of Nicolai is very good. Good skating skills, good jump technique on the salco and the toe. It just needs, as you say, more time to be able to put forward a different and more difficult planned program.
And some of the coaching work with the skaters that don't have much access to ice is more brilliant than the ones who have the champions. Why? Because they're less to work with, and they do more with less. And it's pretty amazing. We should recognize all the work of the coaches, even the skaters that are in the first couple of groups. It's a little harder because they may not have the time or the resources.
And you know what I think also is important to acknowledge here? We've got a coach, Barbara, who has taught people to win European championships or has taught medalists at Worlds, and yet she seems as passionately committed to her student here in the first warm-up group in a junior Grand Prix. And that, to me, is a real testament to the human of coaching, not just the technical proficiency of a coach.
The coaches that I admire most recognize the need to be with the little ones, not these kids, but the younger ones, and spend the time. It's hard because they have a busy life already, but they know that if they can teach young children to love the sport and teach the good basics, that they have a chance, the kids have a chance to do something in the sport. And that takes a lot of energy when you're also coaching Olympic champions. And some of them do that. Time is precious, that's for sure. It's not easy. But I love the coaches who love working with the young skaters as well. And there's many coaches in a skater's career. I mean, not just one.
And often we will, certainly in the Senior Grand Prix, see the same names repeatedly, and it's important to acknowledge those that do all of the groundwork.
Exactly. 82.44 for Nicolai. That is second in the free program as he keeps waving the Italian flag. 124.08 as Italy moves into first place. Nice. Big smiles. Good work. Nice skater.
Yes.
This is a great story.
Yeah, we've seen one parent with their child already in this warm-up group. There, another example of that. Mariusz Swidek, the coach for his son Richard Swidek, who will skate to Batman Evolution Richard Swedek completes his free skate. You can see a lot of red boxes in the top left-hand corner of the screen as support is sent onto the ice for the young 15-year-old.
You know, interesting. I find this young man quietly determined, internally focused. Because because he's at a certain stage of development, a little gangly with the arms and posture and things like that, but so determined to do those jumps. And as you mentioned, I think in the story, he's just learning these triple jumps.
Yes.
And he's now putting them in competition. It's a great accomplishment.
Yeah, and I saw actually on his Instagram, perhaps his father's Instagram, the landing of one of his earliest triple loopses as we see this triple loop Euler double salcho, and it had that joy in his face, that kind of shock, surprise, glorious joy, which is just priceless to capture. Struggling a little bit with that triple salcho.
Yeah, just over-rotating some of these elements. There's the nice triple loop, though. That was solid. I mean, you can tell he's just getting the feel for triple rotations in the air, and they may not have the perfect landings yet. That takes a lot of time and repetition, of course. I got the sit spin in here. Boy, ouch, that's flexible. That's being flexible. There's the triple toe loop later in the program, gets that done, double axel. But the arms are kind of flailing, you know, it's just, this is a normal thing for a young man as they're starting to break into the triple jumps, and they use their strength, of course. Maybe not the finesse yet, but that'll come in time.
And Richard finds himself above many of the others based upon his triple jumps as they shape hearts in the kiss and cry. The component scores for Richard were the weakest of the event, and certainly his skating skills are that which he will get the feedback from the judges, which need the most attention to detail, the better tactility with the ice when he pushes, longer strokes, longer glides. But we don't want to see him sad.
Yeah, well, you know, he's got a goal in his mind, 69.11. That is fifth in the free program, and he was hoping for more for sure. With 111.52, that puts him in fourth place. Look, young man, you have a lot of abilities, but you've got time. You need time. You just keep working at it. It's going to get better. Have your goals still in front of you.
His dad's got to work hard.
Yeah.
His dad's been through a roller coaster. Now his work begins.
Trust your mom and dad. They know what they're doing in this. It's a long journey. And we're going to see that young man get better every time out. This is brand new for him. It's the first time on the Junior Grand Prix.
And as we look at the next five men taking to the ice, the enormity of the occasion for all of these skaters, particularly those competing in their first Junior Grand Prix, there will be so much pre-prep for the event that builds it up to be a huge occasion. And sometimes in the kiss and cry, when you haven't been used to being in front of the camera, being on a live stream necessarily, it's a release of emotions, but be it good, bad, and different. We've even seen some skaters in the kiss and cry who have been, within the period of time that we've got them on screen, elated, joyful, and then they're crying, and then they're laughing, and it's just a big release of emotion.
Well, the interesting thing is that emotion is desire, and it's passion. And the reason it releases is because you have a vision and a goal, and that may be realistic or unrealistic, or you don't know because you're young. You haven't traveled very far in life. And so you have this in your, and then when you see the scores or you feel what you've just skated, it's not what you had dreamt about. And you're going, well, that's not, then your emotion comes out. But when you get over that hump and you go to the next hill and you climb that mountain, and then you climb the next mountain, and it simply gets a little easier and better because you're learning more. This is simply the process of life. It doesn't matter what your pursuit is. And we saw that very openly and emotionally on the screen right now, but times will be better. And as a parent, and you can see, it's hard because but you can't just say it in words. You put your arm around your kid and give him a kiss, and you help them get through it.
And I suppose when we think of the example, we'll keep referencing it, Mariusz Swedek, who's been one of the best pair skaters in the world in the late 90s. He's been in the final flight at the World Championships with his wife.
Better mention that.
Formerly Dorota Zagorska, now Dorota Swedek. And so his father has experienced what it's like to be one of the very best in the world, and he will know what his son's capabilities are.
And his father knows what that feeling was. His father would have lived that himself.
Yeah,
And it's,
I think what's interesting here is that, so his dad's experience being one of the best as a senior, and yet here he is in the first group with the Junior Grand Prix with his son, but just as invested in the experience and the human
Yeah.
You know, his dad's just as caring and loving of his son, irrespective of whether he's going to win this event or he's going to come last.
Yeah.
And that's the case for all the parents, as we mentioned earlier.
For sure. Hey, did you have any? Check your phone. Come on, stop talking and get to work here.
Well, yes, another.
I guess I better check mine. Not that anybody ever phones me, but
another plea to those watching to please do send us in any questions that you may have. We would be delighted to hear from those of you that are watching and viewing. We have some interesting questions that came in actually from yesterday's broadcast. And one of them comes from Rebecca Lee 218. Are the required elements for junior single skaters different from those required in seniors? It doesn't deviate as much in the singles discipline as it perhaps the most obvious difference between juniors and seniors, I think, comes in the rhythm dance.
Yeah, exactly.
The rhythm dance in the juniors and seniors.
Yeah, it does, yeah. I mean, there's a required element in the junior short program.
Yeah.
I think it's the flip here, but not so much in the senior. It's open. So there are some different, because they're wanting the juniors to make sure that they learn to develop a lot of the skills by requiring some of those skill developments. You know, it could be a camel spin for the men or whatever the case may be, or change camel. But in the seniors, it's certainly more open. Yeah,
and as you say, in terms of the differences for the singles skaters, as Ted, you mentioned, in the short program, there's a required jump, well, the triple flip or double flip this season. But also there's a restriction whereby the men and juniors cannot jump quads in the short program, and the women cannot jump triple axels.
Yes, that's correct.
And some suggest that should be opened up for the women so that they can also jump the triple axel, but that remains to be seen whether or not that will change in the future. Another question coming in from @QAxel_. Thoughts on backflips being allowed again? Well, they haven't actually been. Oh, we have Yuri, the International Skating Union photographer, who does a brilliant job of capturing so many wonderful moments. He looks shy now. And he's got big thumbs up on the allowance of backflips. It's interesting, we probably have to reference Adam Xiao-Hinfa, the French star, who chose to use a backflip last season and incur a mandatory then 1 point deduction. He was so passionate about the inclusion of it, and
I think it was a 2 point deduction.
Was it 2? Yeah,
I
and he didn't he even do it at Worlds? He was so brilliant in the free skate world and still whacked in a backflip.
No, he thought he didn't have a chance for the podium. He said, "What the heck? I'm just going to put this in anyways." And then he realized, "Hey, I made the podium with that." You know, so it is allowed. The one thing I will say about this is, this is being a little bull. Which, you know, I like to walk on the fence here, but I'm a little worried about the backflip being allowed in junior. It is a risky element. You mispick, that pick slips or whatever, and if you don't have enough training in that is a lot more dangerous than, let's say, a triple axe or something like that, right? So your feet are underneath you there, but when your feet aren't underneath you and your head is towards the ice, this is why I worry a little bit. But I don't know. I don't think we'll see one in juniors. I'm not sure.
I mean, I think it's less likely because
have
it hasn't
done one
been.
Before?
I actually, there was a point in time when I sort of turned pro and I was doing shows, and I thought, oh, should I pursue this? But a bit like, as it stands now for the competitive arena, unless it's given a tangible value, you're less likely to chase it.
Yeah,
and
true.
so because it isn't given any value, we're less likely. And actually, when I hear the judges talk about it, quite often I've heard judges already reference it in a manner to suggest, don't bother.
No, don't bother. Okay. Here we go.
And now to a skater that was ruled out of participation at Junior Grand Prix last season due to injury. The 14-year-old born in Zurich, Jean Schmidt. Switzerland's Gian Schmidt skating a program choreographed by the brilliant Stéphane Lambiel. And if I was to pick a skater as one to watch, I think Gian would be right up there. The potential of this skater, based upon the quality of his fundamentals, both in skating skills and in jump technique, is exciting to consider for the future. This performance...
So define for the audience a little bit more the basics.
So
you're talking posture, back, you know, all those things like that?
Absolutely, and the way in which the skater glides, the length of their running edge, so each stroke that the skater takes, how much ice they cover, is very indicative of the quality of their skating skills. So, and even the jump technique, in regards to the quality of jump technique, good takeoff, not a good landing today, but there you can see the run out on the back outside edge on landing, demonstrating a quality of position. He disguises that step out of the loop.
Look at the back on the landing. You can go super slow motion here. Well, not that one necessarily. He was a little bit off there. But look at that nice flying sit spin. Completely centered. And the back on the landing, nice and straight and strong. Hands above the head. Extended arms and extended free leg. Those are the tidy things that give you a positive GOE. The judge recognizes the quality, plus the running edge, of course, all those other things. But
and it kept referencing the short program. The injury had plagued him, and perhaps that part of the reason that he still learning, still lots of lessons to be learned, because there were big mistakes with the spins, which are comparatively easy points that were lost at the end. But good to see Coach Sindra and Gian smiling in the kiss and cry. I am excited to see how this athlete will develop, and great coaching team and great choreography team as well to support the development.
Yeah, no, he's got lots of abilities. He's got, you know, a good 60% of the basics that you need to. He's got 40% to build, but 60% of the basics already ingrained in him. That's not going to change.
The foundation's really well taught.
Yeah.
And very difficult sometimes for that to be recalibrated at a later stage for the skaters. So if they haven't been instilled an awareness of running edge and how to push properly, it's often very difficult for the skater to correct that unless they're very, very willing. And so I suppose with that in mind, I'm not sure how early Gian, his earliest developmental coaches, and who they were and how early he started to work with these coaches, but it's often quite fortunate if a young athlete finds himself geographically located close to people that will give that good technique.
Well, he's fortunate that he has that so far this early in the development. Long road yet to go, but when you start with that, it's a good beginning.
Because even, you know, the triple toe that he did, I can so easily consider that becoming a quad toe. You can see the framework for that turning into
exactly.
a quad.
You're not going. That's not going to work because the mechanics aren't there. But it's all there. Let's take a look at the the free program score. Pardon me, 84.61 for Gian, and that is second in the free program so far with a total competition score of 127.28. And that about Gian Schmidt from Switzerland, currently in the first place.
Next is Kate, representing Lithuania, Daniel.
And now to 17-year-old from Lithuania, Daniel Korabelnik. And Daniel will skate to All By Myself. Daniel Korobelnik from Lithuania completes his free skate.
Mark, I think, you know, I've often said this in the past with my, when I was covering the Junior Grand Prix by myself. I was saying, if I was to take a selection of people that I'd like to work with, it would be a skater like this, because there's a lot of core qualities in here. Great extension, strong back, good flow. He has a feeling. He doesn't yet bring it out in all the choreography, but there's a feeling. He picked that music for a reason, because it means something to him or makes him feel. This is a really nice, lovely skater with some great skills. Let's take a look here at this triple Fs at the top of the program. Straight back, strong. Look at nice soft knees, beautiful landings. Wow, that's just amazing. So if you can do that, then what are the possibilities moving forward? Well, there aren't too many limitations here. Didn't skate perfect and made a mistake on that, but the basic qualities of this young man's technique, timing, and qualities is very good.
You'd be delighted to have landed 2 triple looses after a fall on that in the short program.
Triple toe, look how straight and tight he is. Those ankles are tight. Young skaters watching this, watch those beautiful jumps in the air, straight back, straight legs, tight feet. And here's this little back split into a sliding move, and then right up into a double axel.
You said that you saw similarities with Jason Brown, that back split, right out of the Jason Brown vocabulary of transitional content.
Yeah. Yeah, there are little moments of connection there. Nice job, really nice.
And Daniel competed at Junior Worlds a couple of seasons ago. It was Luka Emedashvili who represented Lithuania last year at Junior Worlds, and Daniel will be really keen to be assigned again that representation for Lithuania at next year's Junior World Championships, and he'll be hunting down the minimum technical element score, and that again, for those of you that weren't with us yesterday, has changed this season. So it's 80 points in total for the tech score for the skaters to be able to compete at Junior Worlds across both the short and the free skate. And Daniel had a tech score yesterday, 22 points. So we need 58 in his free skate here.
Yeah, he's going to fall a little bit short of that with some of those mistakes, but he's in the range this year.
It's when they announce it, you think, oh, it's coming, the scores are coming, and then that makes them
know,
more anxious waiting.
Exactly.
Oh.
Oops. We lost.
Oh.
Okay. Lost kiss and cry shot. The skaters now, you know, we always watch the people at the kiss and cry. Well, what is the next skater doing? They don't know how long this is going to take. We did see another unexpected warm up, because
Yes.
they took 10 minutes for the scores to come in. They never did come in. Then they had to warm the skaters up. We saw that in the men's short program.
And interesting to see exactly, like you say, what's happening with the next athlete as their anxious moments
Well,
away.
92.19 for Danielle. That's first in the free program, so it should be at this stage of the competition with a 137.08. And that'll put Danielle Korobelnik into first place. Good job, good skills, bright future.
Much happier than yesterday, too.
Yeah, lots of work to do. No question, it's there for you if you want.
Next to skate, representing Riga, Lucas.
Okay, here's your friend. Here's your colleague.
A skater who celebrated their 19th birthday on Monday of this week, Luka Pitre. And he will skate to Poeta and El Mar. Giving some intensity in the choreography at the conclusion of his free skate. The choreographer listed as Nikolai Morozov, and that makes sense with some of that passionate intensity, perfectly suited and appropriate to the music.
Yeah, and particularly in the program, but one of his strategies or how he built the program is to build it to the end.
Yeah, maximum
Yeah.
punctuation towards the end.
He's a very good athlete, lots of power and strength. You see the speed coming into the Lutz. You'll see beginning the program here in a second. And you want skaters to have flow and speed, but sometimes it's hard to control it. But when they do, it's a real asset. Overall, look at the speed coming into this triple Lutz. Starts to lean near the end, so his weight is in the heel and has to step out.
Better than in warm-up from what we saw.
There's the triple toe loop. That was lovely. Up into a double toe. Nicely executed. Good strong back. Arms come out. Double axel, Euler, double flip.
Love the upturned palms on the landing. Just to push that bullet point for the judges on grade of execution.
That half cantilever right up into a little hitch kick. We called that the whirly.
Luca will be vying to take over the mantle as one of the leading British junior men. Ed Appleby, who competed at Junior World Championships for multiple seasons for Great Britain, finished 9th last year at Junior Worlds, and each Junior World Championships dictates the number of entries on this Junior Grand Prix. So Ed's success at last year's Junior Worlds facilitates one entry in 6 of the 7 Junior Grand Prix events this year for British junior men. And Luca assigned to this, the first one. Speaks 3 languages.
Wow, 96.72. That is first of the free program. Nod of approval by coach with a 142.26 total competition score. That'll put Luca currently into first.
Next to skate, representing Hungary, Alexei Vlasenko.
And now to Alexei Vlasenko, 17-year-old representing Hungary, who skates to Wind of Change by the Scorpions. Alexei Vlasenko battles his way through his free skate.
And that's a good word, battles, because he had to fight for a lot of those elements. Halfway through that program, Mark, I think you felt the same thing. The gas tank was empty or close to being empty, and you're running on fumes. And you could see the posture start to collapse a little bit, the arms start to go down. The quickness wasn't quite there. I'm not being critical, I'm being analytical here. You know, and this could be maybe it's early in the season, they haven't done enough training yet, or if you're not feeling well, there's a whole mess of reasons why that happens, but clearly halfway through that program. And I'm going to walk you through some of the elements here. You'll see, we're going to get to a spin in a little bit, because it's a pretty strong skater. There's the triple Lutz, nice and tight in the air, and, you know, refinement and detail on the landings, important for the quality. Get that back straight, the turned out toe a little bit on that, not too bad. And then we see the triple flip here. Again, posture. He's getting it done, but nicely? No, kind of average. You want to have it really nice. Extensions, that was a little bit better. Now let's take a look at the spin. I'm going to slow this down. See that leg? Toes turned out not too bad. The spin is pretty slow, and that position right there, that body's got to be, that head perhaps turning up a little bit, arch the back a little bit. Go ahead, Mark.
Well, as a generalization, and maybe it's easier for me to say as a former male single skater, but generally the men tend to have less flexibility and less range, and
in
more
the early
strength.
stages,
And so it's so important then for this, so then it becomes very evident in the positions within the spins. You can see the hop there as a feature being used, but so many of the difficult variations will benefit from that range of flexibility. I also say, as we watch Alexei Vlasenko, you can see there that confirmation there of the comparative lack of range of movement that's making that camel feature more difficult for the tech panel to call. Boys don't like to stretch as much, though. And
I want to do a shout out to this family, because the mom is a volunteer. When we were in Budapest last year, the mom and the son and this young man was volunteering for the local organizing committee. What a great, you know, family and helping the sport.
And Alexander, Alexei's brother, he competed at Worlds and Europeans. I think he might be here helping us. I keep thinking as we walk past him, I walk past one of the skates in the court, I keep thinking, is that Alexander Vlasenko? I'll find out. But nevertheless, a skating family, and so everybody invested in supporting.
It is true. And just those refinements, it's really hard for young men. I was the same way. I'm going, yeah, but I'm standing up straight. So you couldn't get it, because he's strong and he's got some really good aspects to his jumping. A little more polish, a little bit more refinement. 79.99 for Alexei Vlasenko from Hungary. That'll put him 6th in the free program. Total competition score of 125.66. And he'll stand currently into 4th place. Well, here we go.
And the second Latvian entrant in the men's free skate on this final day of competition in Riga. Janis Znotin, just 14 years old. And it was difficult to stock him down in terms of previous results. Not a huge amount of international experience. And so hopefully he can embrace this opportunity to compete in front of a home crowd. Well, rising cheer from Jānis Znatin from Latvia, and an opening triple lutz that was of great quality.
Yeah, you know, one of the things I want to say is that there are times when unrefinement matches the music.
Yeah.
This music was perfect for this young man's development. Kind of cool. We could talk all, hey, he should point his toes and stand straight and do all the stuff that we've been saying, that I've been saying anyways. But in this case, it doesn't necessarily fit. This young kid is kind of cool.
Yes.
And you can see that in his attitude towards his program and his music. And it kind of works.
Yeah, and great to see the different characters that are attracted towards the sport and pushed through and committed to get to this level.
And he skated pretty well. I mean, he got a lot of his jumps done, even though some of the posture items, here's the triple lutz at the beginning of the program, gets it done. His head is down a lot. You'll notice that on the landings. Look, his head's down right now. Head is looking down on the ice, looking down on the ice. And, you know, maybe there's spots for that, but overall that's going to hurt when you start to try to get into quads. Everything's got to be aligned. And that just was a miss pick, and they hit the pick to take a fall. But
as we look at this Salco, there was another like that toe loop bail. I think it was on the double axle where body just bailed open.
yeah, I didn't bring that.
And I just think that kind of mistake is the kind of mistake that is much more readily going to happen within the context of a run through when fatigue is so ingrained in the body and you start to lose kind of concept of your brain space, and you find yourself going through an automatic pilot of entering into the double axle, trying to bank upon the technique that you know, but your brain doesn't even know where you are at some point.
Yeah, sometimes the muscle overtakes you've got two people in your brain. One says, now get tidy technique, get the timing down. The other brain goes, let's just muscle this thing through, right? And that music sort of encourages that type of style, right? Well, I thought it was pretty cool. And he looks like a cool young kid.
Right, he really does. He really, really does. The only thing that we want him to do next time for Jānis Znatin is to fill out his International Skating Union biography
that would be good.
earlier.
Yeah. For all those skaters, come on, fill those bios out. It helps us. Or send us a Instagram or something.
Yeah. We want your intel. We want your backstory. So as I mentioned, neither the biography completed nor was it easy to source previous competition results and scores for Jānis. So we don't have much to rely upon. So this will be in online now. The scores posted here for Jānis will be found, and they will be the benchmark.
A reference, yeah, benchmark for him. And there's a lot to look at here. The technical panel, there are 5 elements under review. They've been cleared now, that's fine. Because it's just a little bit of a rough skate. It's harder to see the cleanliness of everything. But I kind of like his swag.
Yeah, his vibe.
Here we go. Here's the score. An 81.11. That is 6th in the free program, with a total competition score of 127.74, and that'll put Jānis currently into, as I yell past the Zamboni, currently into 3rd place. Mark, we've got not commercials, but we got videos coming up. Let's go.
Yes, we've got some videos, and if you haven't already seen, please do stay tuned to see the new campaign launched by the International Skating Union that we're all very passionate about. #ShapeHearts, and something that we're encouraging everybody to watch, follow, and support, such that we create a positive environment for all of the skaters competing here and in all of the events this season. Followed then by the Mic'd Up series, and a look at the Fabien Burza, former French ice dance champion, and then to the mini documentary series for Donovan Carrillo, the Mexican ice skater who traces the path for others to follow, followed finally by a video of the backstage fun from the Junior Grand Prix in Yerevan, the last stop on the 2023 Junior Grand Prix series.
All great content. We hope you enjoy it. We'll be back. Stay with us.
It is so exciting that the Junior Grand Prix is back, filled with fresh hopes and exciting new talent. And whilst the skaters shine so brightly under the spotlight, some of the comments that they receive online do not shine so bright. And it's really important to note that some of the abuse in the comments can really cut the skaters deep and affect them in a very adverse and negative way. This season, we're launching a new campaign, Shape Hearts, to promote positivity and kindness, to support both the skaters and the sport. And we're hoping to extend that into our virtual space. Your voice matters. Use it to empower, uplift and inspire. Together, let's make the rink a place for positivity and kindness.
Yeah.
You smoke.
Kids are not fun nowadays.
Yeah.
Don't forget it's in English.
So before you start running, I'd like to go over what you need to focus on. Mon pauvre Martin, tu veux que je le fasse en français vraiment? Yeah, they're not used like to speak English. It's funny. We need to do more training camp abroad. Change. C'est bien qu'il y ait que la caméra, vous pouvez pas dire non? Ouais. Non mais c'est juste histoire d'avoir un... I mean, it's her first Grand Prix. And they're not together for so long, so it's a good experience. And she improved like a lot on the expression. She was like little shut down in the beginning.
She looks more relaxed, like she's enjoying it more.
Well, we're gonna see when she's gonna be on the ice, you know? Ok, Martin, mettez-vous ensemble. Ouais, vous pouvez marcher, mais marcher main dans la main, ça vous donnera une dynamique de marcher ensemble déjà. Si vous marchez ensemble, ce sera plus simple pour patiner ensemble. Boo. Breathe. Take your time. Okay, let's get calm. Okay, but with energy. You need to be sharp, you need to be bold. Okay.
Next to stage.
Try. Yeah? Allez, lâchez un peu là. Pour une première, c'était bien? Ouais? Il y avait des petits moments où c'était pas tout à fait ensemble, mais de manière générale, c'était une bonne perf. Bravo. Non, c'est pas mal. C'est une première, hein. Les gens vous connaissent pas, vous êtes nouveau, c'est bien. C'est un bon début.
The first years of my sports career in figure skating, I started in Mexico when I was 8 years old. In 2023, during the summer, I have the opportunity to move to Canada and to grow as an athlete. Hello everyone, I'm Donovan Carrillo, Mexican figure skater. This morning I picked some eggs and tomato with potatoes.
So the schedule for today, so after breakfast we have a practice at 11:40, and then after that we'll probably just do like a quick cool down of a rink and a Donovan stretch.
I came downstairs to have breakfast, but I forgot my key inside my room. This happens very often, honestly. It's like a routine, basically. Hi again, can you help me with one room key? I forgot mine inside.
I'm usually, honestly, when we travel together to competitions, I sometimes feel like the parent organizing him and keeping him on track, keeping him organized. He likes to lose stuff all the time and forget things, lose his hotel keys. That's very, very standard for him.
At Four Continents in Shanghai, I had 7 keys. 7 room keys, because I always have to ask for another one. So now it's just time to wait for the coach to come downstairs, meet us, and then go to the rink. The first few years of my skating in Mexico were challenging. It was always finding the way to make things work, even when the environment was not ideal. I had to skate with public session every day, and the ice conditions were not that great.
My first thoughts when I first was in contact with Donovan about being his head coach, there was A lot of mixed feelings. It was very exciting because we both knew what a great athlete he is and how much potential he has in the sport, but we also knew that he had an ankle surgery and it was not going to be simple.
Last year, I went to one of the hardest points in my sports career. I did a surgery on my right ankle, and this was tough. I was so afraid of surgery. I avoided to do it for so many years. When I first had the surgery, it was, of course, hard. Skating, it's a routine in my life. It was something that I do more than probably sleep. My training and my life is built for skating. And when I didn't have that, it was like, what do I do with my life now? I'm just grateful now for being here, competing at world level, and achieving more than I could never imagine.
This week I got to meet Donovan's family, his mom, dad, and oldest sister. They don't really speak a lot of English, and I speak zero Spanish, so it's a little bit complicated. It was really special for me. I feel like in some ways when Donovan moved to Toronto, I almost took on the parental role. I think every coach aspires to have, that meaningful connections.
Muy feliz, muy contento, orgulloso del desempeño que tiene y lo más importante, que siga amando a su nación, a México. Gracias, Jonathan. Gracias, Donovan.
It was very special. I felt just such a huge sense of gratitude and respect and happiness from them.
It's been a long process, but I think everything settled down when it counted the most.
I'm just so incredibly proud of you. I think what we've achieved together is incredible. I think coming back from a surgery for any athlete is almost impossible.
For young skaters in my country, sometimes we're just afraid of trying, and I want to invite you to try. And I'm pretty sure that many people are lost and they don't find their passions because they don't try. I want to invite you to try. It doesn't matter. Just have fun and give it a chance.
So, ready for the last day, Mark?
I'm ready.
Let's go! that was awful. Let's go. That was pathetic. Welcome back, everyone, to Riga, the final day of competition here. Men's free program. Up next will be the free dance. I'm your host, Ted Barton, along with Mark Conradi, as we await the warm-up, which sounds like it's starting right now, Mark, for group number 3. So, we've had some questions come in.
Yes, we have. Thank you to those that have sent in questions in answer to the International Skating Union's social media. One of the questions is, when is the most perfect age to start skating?
How many hours
Yeah.
if you're born? No, I mean, you know, if kids take to the ice, it's so interesting when you talk to people about their kids when they start skating. Oh, my kid hated skating. They want to get off the ice. They were too cold. But then they ended up to be like an Olympian or something.
Yeah.
You know? And then some people who love it end up not liking it later. So it depends. Everybody's a little bit different, but I would say around the age, you know, skating people would put the kids on the ice around 3 or 4, but I wouldn't suggest that. I was more like 4 or 5 or 5 or 6 years of age. What do you think?
It's interesting because there are studies in to suggest, you know, if you were to look back at the Olympic champions of our sport and take an analysis of what ages they all were, they would probably suggest at that young, tender age. Interestingly, though, there are still other examples which defy that. I think Johnny Weir was 11 or 12 when he started and went on to become a world medalist. So it's not a one-size-fits-all.
No, for sure. Same thing with Caitlin Osmond. I mean, she was significantly older when she started doing triples. I don't think she did a triple until she was like in her teens. And, you know, she'll tell that story. Actually, she's going to be a guest commentator with us in Bangkok, I think. So, yeah, you're right. One size does not fit all. But basically, you know, if you're going to want to be a competitive skater, then you probably need to start 5 or 6. If you start 7, okay, maybe 8 would be a real odd case, but anywhere sort of between, you know, 4 and 8.
And then, like for me, I didn't start till I was about 10.
Well, 8 would be too late, but, you know.
So I was 10 when I started, and so that wasn't perhaps optimal for single skating because it's an earlier specialization sport. So the triple jump, the timing and the efficiency and agility of that would ideally be amassed at an earlier age. But then if we look at the ice dance discipline where we have skaters lasting much longer, then it's not as important.
No, it's a good point. I didn't actually start figure skating until the age of 11. I was playing hockey before that, but not well. But, you know, in my day, you skated on bones. I mean, you know, that's so long ago. You know, I mean, you know, double axel, triple sow, triple toe, you know, that was good. You know, triple loop maybe, you know. So it was a different era for sure. Anyways, what's up next?
And then another question coming in from Yana Hradchova. How do you prepare yourself for so many long hours of commentating?
Yeah, I don't know. You just don't. You know, the thing is that when you first start doing this, you worry that do I have the right information? Do I have enough information? How am I going to do this? And then you realize when you sit down in the chair, just be who you are and enjoy the process. We love the sport. We love these young skaters. We love the stories. We know a lot about mom and dad and coaches and coaching and skaters and all the people that are around. So it's easy to talk about things that you love. And so, yes, we prepare, get the bios, right, and all that kind of stuff. You do a great job on the social media.
I mean, I suppose if it was to detail the time that we've spent preparing, for me, it's the International Skating Union released the entry lists for the respective events about 3 weeks in advance. So then, for me, as soon as that's released, because I'm archaic, unlike Ted, I then print them all off and feel very
isn't
bad
that
about
backward?
them.
I'm the oldest here, and I have the technology.
You're
the
way
youngest,
more tech
and
savvy.
You're printing out paper and killing trees.
Yeah, I know, and I do feel bad about it. But I then will, on the back of that, so it's a case of check the entry list, print off the International Skating Union biographies, which give, dependent upon what the athlete chooses to do with that, they give some informations. And then I try to contact each of the skaters or their coaches, just to add some intel, because the
Well,
commentators
you
are very
contact
long.
them and ask them if they would like to. They
Yeah.
send it to you, right?
And I mean, there's some skaters that I can't get a hold of, and some don't want to share anything, and that's absolutely fine. Just I suppose when the question from Yana online suggests that they appreciate that it is long hours. For us, I think we just want to make sure that we give to each skater, and sometimes if you are tired, you don't want to overlook or not give full credit to the athlete, and so if you've got some intel.
I think we can summarize it by, if you're going to do it well. And so you do the homework, you do the research that you feel you need. But basically, especially working with Mark, I have to say that I really, really enjoy it because we're able to feed off each other. We have different stories. So, okay, we'll stop rambling. What's your next question?
Next question. What has been the most fun discipline to watch so far at this Junior Grand Prix?
Oh, I'll get in trouble.
Yeah. So, to me,
yeah.
I enjoyed, there were things that I'm remembering from the women's event.
Okay, I'm going with it. I'm not going to sit around like you are right now, fence sitting here. I'm going with pairs because the pairs was the deeper field, and I didn't expect that. So that was kind of fun to watch. And oh, by the way, it's shorter.
There's a brilliant question about if we were to build the perfect male skater, whose jumps would we take, whose spins would you take, whose musicality, whose athleticism, and whose artistry? I suggested that that's going to take the next warm-up group up because it's such a loaded, long question. So maybe you all listening at home, let us know which skater, if you were to build the perfect men's skater as we watch this men's event, who would you put forward?
Yeah, you know what? And we're not talking the perfect male skater for junior, probably just overall, right? And that's a really, really good question. It's kind of fun. We'd love to hear your answers. We'll give you our answers, maybe, later. Right away. I have it in my mind, some of them, right? But I want to review it and see if it's accurate. Okay, back to this event. Thank you for those questions. They're awesome. And it makes our job fun when we get those questions, right?
Especially thinking back, a question like that, thinking back over the legends of the sport, so many amazing.
Yeah, maybe you should have said, but you can only go back to the 70s.
Yeah. My Gillis Grafstrom memory.
Yeah, exactly. Here we go. First skater.
And that first performance after the 6-minute warm-up will come from Yegor Martsenko, the 18-year-old from Tallinn. Yegor Martsenko from Estonia completes his free skate, and that opening double axel showcased such quality. It's a real positive grade of execution input by the judging panel on that first element.
And interesting, he completely lost his way. It's sort of like you're on a pathway, then you get lost in the forest partway through, and we'll see that reaction. He fell on that sliding move. We'll see that as well. But then he got it back together. So he got his head together, and I think we're frozen on the frame here. Okay, there we got the eyes open. He's very powerful. It covers the ice beautifully, lots of speed and flow. A little short on transitions, perhaps, at this stage. Let's take a look. Here's his triple Lutz. Nice, up in the triple toe loop. He tries to get around, he doesn't. It's under rotated 2 foot. And here's a triple flip. Not pretty organized. Could be a little tighter in the air, but look at the strength just up into the double axle, double toe loop. So it has a pretty good start to the program. Then right here on this knee slide, he loses his balance right there, gets his pick sort of caught and takes a fall. And after that, he became really sort of disjointed, Bart.
Yeah, and as we see this second attempt at the triple lutz, you can see just not any reserves of energy sufficient. This was total muscle memory to squeak through that triple flip. But it's an interesting analysis, and I'd be interested to hear from those that have a better understanding of the biology of the men at this age and this stage. The men tend not to be as physically fit and prepared, and there could be a whole host of reasons for that. Partly, perhaps they don't push themselves through the number of run-throughs as maybe the women did in their preparation for the event, and maybe it's this stage in their physical development to carry around the bodies. And Yegor, he looks like he's matured, he's got his adult body, and it's just physically so very demanding.
He's got a lot of muscle, and you're carrying that throughout, and you haven't adapted that yet to your training and your run-throughs and all that kind of stuff. It needs to all settle down as you go through your physical changes. But this is a very powerful skater, which is good. You need that power. Some pretty good technique in the takeoff, refinement in the air, efficiency in the air, those types of things. He reminds me of myself. I was never that good. But the point is that I muscle skated, right? And that was always frustrating. And then when I got a combination of technique plus physicality, that's when things started to come together. And that sometimes takes a little longer to discover.
And that's what I think with Yegor, like the opening double axel, that's why I referenced it. The grade of execution was so good when he was fresh. And then, of course, inevitably, as is the case for all, later in the program, the judges cannot give that same positive GOE because the exhaustion prevents the quality.
True. Yeah, absolutely. That's a good point. Sort of sitting in the kiss and cry, he knows he has the physical capabilities. He hasn't discovered how you combine the strength with the finesse.
Interesting to see some knee pads underneath the trousers there.
77.16 for the free program. That's 9th with a 126.21 for the competition score. And that'll put him currently, at least for the moment, into 5th place.
And the support from the audience comes for the third and the final representative from the home nation, Kirill Korkak, the most experienced of the 3 Latvian competitors here. And he skates to the track Continent. I really admired Kirill Korkak after the final spin, heading into the choreo sequence. The musicality was so very, very clear. Really impressive choreo at the end when, as we've referenced with some of the previous competitors, he will have been exhausted at that stage in the program. But perhaps, you know, inspired by the fact that he's in front of a home crowd to deliver a little more.
It's funny, he did get a little tired, but he kept it together throughout most of the program. Really good basic technique, powerful skater. He also had some sensitivity to the music.
Yeah.
Awareness, if you will. It's an interesting thing to follow if you watch a skater develop as they get connected to the music. They hear music is playing, but they're not really connected to it to skate with it.
Yeah.
Right? And then sometimes the skater will say, they'll listen to the phrasing, they'll hear the phrasing, they'll recognize it, and they'll make sure that the choreographic movement matches that phrase of music. That's what the choreographer wants. But it takes a long time to get to that point.
And especially, again, as a generalization, the men tend to fixate on the jumps. Jumps are fun. I used to love jumping. It's good for them to take note of what's beyond that as we see this triple Lutz double toe.
Yeah, a nice technique and strong in the air, looking straight and tight. A little tight around the corner there, but that's okay. The basic technique of this young man's jumping is really, really solid. Sometimes you might make a mistake, but there's no mistake in the technique. It might be at the moment, you know, something's off kilter, but I took this spin because this is a good example of, you know, it's not easy to hold your blade behind your back and twisted body, you know, and a little slow near the end, but he kept it centered.
And trying to push through those different camo variations.
I thought some good transition and also awareness. The music pacing had changed, and so did he.
Yeah, and I thought that actually the second triple Lutz, that was the point in time where we've seen others start to fade. He dug deep at that point, and here too, committed right to the end. And it's interesting, we saw in the resurface that there was some Latvian TV perhaps here to support Jānis Isnotin, and hopefully that's the same for Kirill. And it's exciting for these Latvian skaters to be competing in front of a home audience, and it looks like Kirill wants somebody to join them in the kiss and cry. He's got enough teddies. There's no room. 2 coaches and all those teddy bears.
Enough teddies. 99.07. That is first in the free program. Great job, Kirill Korkak from Latvia with a 148.77 as he takes over the lead with his flag. Latvia in first at this stage of the competition.
And so from a 17-year-old Latvian to an 18-year-old Swedish skater, Hugo Bostedt debuted his short program here. And now a brand new free skate for Hugo, skating to Fantasia from the Phantom of the Opera. Hugo Bosted drawing on all the experience that he has had to survive that 3.5 minutes, which will have been so bitterly disappointing, having made mistakes early on in the program. So many of the jumping passes suffering from a negative grade of execution, and yet, of all the performers that we've seen thus far, he seemed as committed as any towards the tail end of the program.
Some really nice sliding moves there, Mark. I think you'll enjoy those. I got those on the replays.
And this is a skater who has posted a personal best of over 100 points. That's not something that we've seen thus far, and so obviously was intending to be moving upward in the rankings.
But that did not all come together here on this day. We'll take a look at some of the opening moves. There's a nice high triple flip. Free leg didn't get back, and he had to step out the triple loop. A little too far forward. You can see the snow fly on that. Loses some GOE, some quality points.
Actually, this is quite a good example in terms of the jump technique of a skater who has so much height and length, and that thus difficult to control. Even later in the program when fatigued, triple flip was big, but just not able to stick it.
Yeah, the takeoff, the rotation, all good. It's the checkout. And we can see a little whirly, a little hitch kick. If you were ready into a twizzle. This is the choreography part of this program, and some nice knee slides right into that Sitzman.
Yeah, and that again another example of some of the difficult features as to the change of edge. One of the things we touched on yesterday, the skaters being forced to try different features because of the new criteria this year.
That's not easy. Those tiny little circles going to the forward outside edge, that was really well done.
And as I say, admirable where he's drawn upon his experience to make the final 2 of the 11 elements have a positive grade of execution, when by that point he'll know that he hasn't been able to come close to the personal best that he's enjoyed in the past. But certainly so much potential, and a skater who last season came away with some international gold medals. He was the winner at Challenge Cup, winner at the Sonia Henne Trophy, so as the season progresses we can see the scores go skyward.
Well, the scores are 92.80 for the free program. That is third, with a total competition score of 142.81, and that will put them, at least for the moment, into second place.
Good to see the coach support there.
Yeah, good encouragement there.
And now to the skater representing Turkey, Mehmet Senki Karlikli. He will need 9 to 8 points if he's to maintain his lead above those who have already competed. was a very challenging skate for Mehmet Senke Kaligli. 4 falls in the program, and yet me and I, Ted, were talking early in the program. He did that brilliant triple flip Euler triple salto at the start of the program with a positive grade of execution, and we said, oh, this guy's got nice I felt effortless jump technique, very relaxed.
I think the thing is this, he made 4 mistakes. Okay, just mistakes.
Yeah.
They weren't a mistake in training. They weren't a mistake in technique. They weren't a mistake in the intent. It was just mistakes in competition. But because the rest of it is there, the technique is there, the aggressiveness is there, the desire is there. There's a lot of good things about this young man who's going to be very exciting to watch him develop. And so carries good speed and flow, and he has a little bit of sensitivity as well to the music. You see that opening jump. Like, that's fight. Got through that sequence, and here's the triple left. So this was an awkward fall.
Yes.
He took a fall like this also on the triple flip later in the program. Now think about, that's probably 4 seconds behind the music, and he has to chase to catch up.
Yep.
There's the triple toe loop. A little bit later, he gets that done into the double axel. Good fight, good focus. Technique was good. Head down a lot, a little bit too much probably. There's the Ina Bauer, and this goes into the triple loop, which is on a huge lean and takes another fall. And now he's getting a little bit disappointed. And you can see that a little bit with hanging the head. Love that spread eagle,
so cool.
skid to the spread eagle. He's got some innovative, unique sort of moves. And he lost his heart a little bit in this portion because of the falls. And also, he's probably a little tired getting up from it, right? But I like this young man skating. And I like his passion, but he got disappointed. And we could see the disappointment in the performance. And you don't want to let that go, but that's a learning thing.
Yep. And early on in the program, I was immediately just checking out what was the representation from Turkey at last year's junior events. And Ali Efegunez competed at Junior Worlds for Turkey, but he's now aged out. So Mehmet, I'm sure, will be eager to become the junior national champion. He was 6th at the junior national championships last year. But
one of the hardest things to do, and you would know this, is to park your disappointment partway through a program and keep the program bright and keep it moving forward, because people can read the body language. And if you let that body language, you don't mean to make it bad, it's no question of that, but the emotion controls the heart. And when they can see that go down, it affects the program.
And so often the skaters, when they've made mistakes, it's almost like they want people to know, no, this isn't a reflection of me.
Yes.
So their shoulders lurch forwards a little bit, like, I can do better than this, I can do better than this. And that's just another stage of development when you realize, you don't want people to think this is a reflection of you, and then with evolution you realize, oh, I need to actually deliver even more on the components.
The professional ones get up and make the next part of the performance even better, so that you forget about the mistake.
Or they're that, and also they're conscious that, oh gosh, I've lost my tech score with the fall, I need to get my components to be good to give me something.
Exactly. But this young man has a lot of abilities, and he does have a lot of experience of how to handle the ups and downs, not of just skating career, because that happens in the career, but it can happen in the program.
Yeah.
We've seen some people start to dip down and then fight right back up.
And really rally.
Really rally,
And you can see that especially in the juniors. I was just thinking about the seniors. The seniors, so well versed, so well prepared, so experienced.
Experience, exactly. 79.30 for Mehmet. That's 10th in the free program. Total competition score 130.05. He's not happy with that score or that skate. He had 4 falls. But overall, this young man has some good skills, and he's got a good program. Don't get down on yourself. If those were not falls, and they were just mistakes on the element, not mistakes in technique, you're fine. Just keep working. Here we go.
And now to Jarvis Ho. He was the winner of the Southeast Asian Open Trophy in figure skating, and also Student of the Year, I saw on his Instagram. So
wow.
Kudos to him as he takes to start position for the Impossible Dream. 16-year-old Jarvis Ho from Hong Kong delivers the cleanest skate that we've seen of the event so far, and a skater who appears to be so incredibly well prepared for this event. And he trains in a commercial skating rink inside a shopping mall. We've talked about the different resources available to the skaters.
Yeah.
He isn't exposed to the greatest, most optimal training environment, and yet he's come here incredibly well prepared.
He put his heart and his head on his shoulders and skated through the pure passion of skating to this beautiful piece of music, and he was determined to skate as clean as he possibly could, and he did. He skated just beautifully.
And
go ahead.
When you think about last year when he competed again on their first stop of the Junior Grand Prix in Bangkok last season, he skated well there, that much closer to home. Here, huge, cross-world travel, start of the season, and he's, maybe he's a student of the year. Obviously somebody very switched on, smart, knows what's necessary, comes here delivering.
He is, he's interesting because he's not only a good skater, but he enjoys that emotion, that high that you get when you perform to the level that your goal was. And there's a great adrenaline rush with that. And it's like a, I don't want to say the word drug, but you get addicted.
It's an endorphin at very least, internal chemical drug.
And he wants that feeling, and that's the motivation when after you've skated a clean program, that wonderful feeling of accomplishment.
And actually, he seems tempered in his reaction and that to me suggests, and to us suggests, that he is very well prepared as he gives acknowledgement to, I think that's the women's competitor from Hong Kong that's joining him. And they kiss and cry as they proudly wave their flags. And all of the competitors that we've seen thus far in the men's event, none of them have included the most difficult triple axel, but Jarvis very consistent with what he can do, and I also know that he's working on quad toe. I've seen on his social media he's doing quad toe and harness, so he's ready and prepared with what he's capable of and delivered that well now.
He's just 16 still.
Yeah.
He's 16, so he has still lots of room in juniors to continue to develop, but he's proud of his team. And let's take a look at the scores. Personal best is 102.37. I think he's going to beat that score right now. That was a solid performance by this young man. He's still smiling from the feeling that he had after that good skate.
Interesting, the improvement that he's made in a year. If you could make, I think it's going to be like a 10% improvement. If you could do that every year.
Yeah, that's going to be big. 111.86. And you can see that's first in the free program. See how much that meant to him, not only the skate, but the numbers. 165.18. Jarvis Ho from Hong Kong takes the lead. Outstanding.
And enjoy that moment. I love to see it. Like, totally embrace your success. So much hard work goes into that.
Yeah, what a great job. Okay, group number 4. You're going to the questions, aren't you?
Going to the questions, so we can perhaps, as we're looking at this men's event, resume the discussion as to who could perhaps make the ideal and perfect male skater. Now, you could argue, Ted, the sport and the judging system give us world records, and so we could look at the world records to dictate. But if we could take, pieced together, I don't know if
I'm not doing the math. I'm just going to do the heart.
Okay, let's do that, because then people can't debate with us.
Do you think you're Michael Jackson? Here you got one glove on with the lights flashing. I mean, really, you should see this guy in the studio right now.
So I can still write and check stats on with the right hand.
And keep your left hand warm. We're not that cold. Anyways, okay, we digress. Okay, look, my skater has the basics of everything possessed by Jason Brown.
Oh.
Then I'm going to sprinkle some Ilya Malinin technical into that program. And also, I would have to say, it would be an interesting mix between Jason and Ilya's performance, because they're different generations, really, in many ways. But those two skaters, you got to maybe throw in some Nathan Chen as well. I mean, those are the three that I think that you take the fine details out of there and you mix it all in one, and then you have genius. You have Superman.
I am going to give you a little bit of John Curry, 1976 Olympic champion finesse. Sprinkle a little bit of Kevin Amos and Toller Cranston flair.
Okay.
I'll give Stefan Lambiel sit spin variations. I give Jason Brown transitional content.
You're using all the spices. Come on.
Yes.
I went with 3 ingredients. You've
You
got
were
like
the
already
meat
6.
and potatoes, and I'm like giving all the flavor. And then actually, it's very interesting that one of these skaters, I don't know if it was in the men's event, it might have actually been the women's event, when I'd asked them questions, if there's anything that they wanted us to share. Oh, actually, it's Alexander Fagan. He had referenced his idols, and he'd said Yuzuru Hanyu, the 2-time Olympic champion for style.
Oh my gosh, I forgot. That's right.
Nathan Chen for technique and consistency. And Ilya Malinin for gutsiness to try the undone. Now, we are a little older than 14-year-old Alexander Fagan, but he gave a very mature answer that I'm now taking as a wrong.
I'm going with him.
Yeah.
That's it.
He's a smart cookie, that guy.
Good question. Okay.
Yeah, really excellent question. And then if I look to some of the other questions, how is it being back at Junior Grand Prix after summer break?
Well, we wouldn't be here. Or I wouldn't be here for as many years as I had if I didn't love it. I love it. It's a hard and pleasant and wonderful 7 weeks, no matter whether we're doing it remotely or not. It's like coming back into a family, and getting to spend time with these young athletes and coaches that we've known for many years, and working with you, Mark, and our production crew here and the ISU. It's a great joy in life, and it's a privilege, really.
Yeah.
It's not our right. It's just a privilege to do it. And so, yeah, it's a great feeling.
Yep, I agree. We have a great privilege and responsibility to try and represent the sport and the skaters as best we can.
Yeah, and support.
Yeah. Next question. What is it like to be in an ice rink all day while it's been summer and sunshine outside? And
Well, today I have to tell you, it is sprinkling out there. Now, sprinkling, I think there's mist and there's sprinkling and then there's downpour. My wife, of course, thinks that anything that's wet outside is just called rain.
Steer clear and avoid at all costs.
Exactly.
Actually, the weather in Riga, we gather, has been phenomenal. And when I'm checking some of the social media, I see the skaters and some of the coaches being able, the coaches here who are maybe with 1 or 2 students, they've got a lot of dead time. And so I've seen some amazing pictures of churches and buildings in Riga in blue sky sunshine. You and I, last year I went out at 10 p.m. at night on one of the electric scooters in the city and had a look around. I might do the same tonight, but we don't think we'll see much of daylight.
No, you can't do that. We have a meeting.
Oh yes, we have a post-production meeting.
Post-production
meeting. Engaged. So Ted, the next question, I debate saying it, but I'm going to go with it. From at ALGLTU, do men have to wear thongs under these trousers?
You should have filtered that one a little bit more.
Well, yeah, maybe. Okay. I know that in some professional skating,
no, you don't have to. But
I think in some professional skating touring companies, it's very much expected, if not obligatory. It has certainly been expected in the past.
Yeah, then they call it dance belts. But
dance belt, your dance belt. Yeah, I was lucky enough to join a show, having had very little show experience, and I didn't like that experience, and I've managed to avoid it.
Okay,
anyway,
carry
on.
Next up.
Which male skater, in your opinion, had the most artistic free program of all times? Artistic.
Yeah, the problem with that is that, does that mean the most innovative, or does it mean the most classic? What does it mean? I think one of the most innovative skaters is Kevin Amos or Adam Sihun-Fa.
Or like a Laurent Taubel, the French.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. There's been so many unique skaters, so it's a tough question to ask. I would need a little bit more definition as artistic.
Yeah, and artistic tends to give a feeling of
classic.
Balletic. And on that note, your very clever wife has just explained to us that Mikhail Baryshnikov, the great ballet dancer, hails from Latvia.
There you go.
Thank you, dear.
Okay, and here we go.
And so now to a skater who had some challenges in the short program. He was the next skater to compete when there was a bit of a system error and he was forced to vacate the ice and take a second warm-up. No such thing for Donghan Yu, now the youngest competitor here. Very talented.
New to the juniors and new to that experience.
.13-year-old Donghan Yu from Korea, skater who last season won the Korean Junior Nationals, won the Korean President's Cup, and now here experiencing international competitions. And what an experience it has been, a full array and range of experiences that not many, if any of the skaters will have experienced in competition before.
He has a lot of raw energy and talent, physical talent. Lots of refinement to be done, you know, and that's going to take time. We've talked about that with really most skaters, but the basics of it, the body line, posture. But he has speed, good skating, very good skating skills, speed and flow across the ice. Not afraid to jump, attacks the jumps, which is great. A little disorganized in some cases, but boy, this young man, and very young, it's only going to get better every time out. I like his coach. I can't can't remember his coach's name.
This is Jin-So Kim.
Yeah.
He's a former Korean who retired in 2018.
Yeah, and he has a great personality. He speaks really good English, and he's kind of a funny guy, and he's totally dedicated. They work sometimes 7 days a week and 6 days a week, so they work a lot, but it's a good connection with the kids, and he's doing a wonderful job. So that's a lot of fun to watch.
And again, as we make some sweeping generalizations about the different disciplines, the development for the men tends to be later than that of the women. And so to see Dong Han Yu at 13 years old, we assume, based on other experiences and other competitors, that his development rate will continue to be exponential.
And the best way to just sort of say that, just wait.
Yeah.
You know, just wait, because I believe a lot of good things will happen, but we'll have to wait, you know, because he has moments of brilliance, but he's got time he needs to spend to shine that up a little bit.
And I'm really interested to know, there's so many wonderful skaters coming from Seoul in Korea. I'm just interested to know, with their season as long as it is, and as the earliest start, they start competing very early in the season, when the time is to fit in all of the fundamentals that make these quality of athletes.
Yeah, there's a 101.34. That is second for Dong Han Yu of Korea in the free program with a 155.56, and that'll put him currently in the second place overall. A nice pat on the back there. Now, we are having a few issues with our replays, so we're working on that very hard right now. Hopefully that'll come back soon, but just to let you know.
Next to skate, representing Finland,
And the next competitor, from one of the youngest to one of the eldest in the competition, Arttu Jusala, Finnish skater, skating to Amour by Jean-Michel Blas. Arttu Juusola concludes his free skate in a very mixed bag. A skater that I think has some of the strongest skating skills of any that we've seen thus far, and potentially some of the best quality of jumping passes, but mistakes obviously made and seemed to be a roller coaster.
And like some of the other skaters, the mistakes were not from technique. They were a mistake at the moment, maybe just a little bit off kilter. The timing was a little bit off, but the technique is excellent. The posture is excellent. The stretch and the details and the quality of everything is excellent. Good skating skills across ice, wonderful flow, all those things. But on this day, there are a couple of mistakes in the program, but certainly he has all the basics well covered, well taught, and well delivered. As we take a look at the Kiss and Cry camera in that shot. But as we mentioned, we're just having a few problems with the replay. We'll be working on that. So we're capturing the athletes as they get off the ice and greet their coaches and move into the Kiss and Cry and settle into that position to wait for their scores. And this is a day for this young man that the, couple of mistakes, but really when you take a look at everything, what would you improve on?
Well, actually, there were some amazing highlight moments, the Ina bar, the spread eagles, good quality jumping technique, good flow, good glide. And so I think this is an example of a skater who's just on the brink of then adding the triple axel and adding the quadruple jumps because everything else is so well established. That or just ridiculous amounts of more run-throughs.
And a lot to work with, no question. 99.94, that is third for Arttu, and a 154.17. That will put him, at least for the moment, into third place. And there is a look at your top 5 on the leaderboard so far in the competition. More to come.
And now to Genrik Gartung, who showcased brilliant quad loops in practices this week in Riga, and his planned program content states that will be the first jump. Well, quad lutz was planned, predicted, and executed. And not just executed cleanly, but executed with a huge grade of execution boost.
2.79 to that quad score. That's a total of 14.29 points for that one element, Mark.
Amazing. And when we think we've only seen a triple lutz in the competition thus far, which is worth 5.9. That's the most difficult triple jump we've seen, or jump we've seen anybody attempt. That first opening pass from Genrich blows those kind of tech scores out of the water, and he went on then to deliver brilliantly. Complete redemption from the short program, because in practice we saw this kind of quality and assumed that he would be in contention for a medal. The short program, nothing like what he was hoping for.
Well, he might still be, because this is going to be a very big number in this free program. That was amazing. Perhaps one of the top junior free programs that I've seen, technically anyways. There's lots of other things to do here. As we take a look here, the triple flip, this is later. The replay machine was just starting to work partway through, so we just sort of took the end of the program here. It's a little jumpy, but yeah, it was pretty amazing what this young man just accomplished and demonstrated to us. I'm here, I'm not going away, and I'm going to show you what I can do. And he certainly did that. Wow.
Coaches Nico Ulanovsky, Rhea Schiffner, and Victoria Botseva all supporting this athlete. And you can see coaches looking satisfied. They will have been disappointed at what happened in the short program. And to be fair, this is a skater that's obviously so comfortable with the quad jumps. I'm sure there are more quads landed in practice, and that perhaps part of the reason that he struggled in the short program, unable to attempt a quad in a junior short, and so thus maybe just trying to cope with the rotation then.
But you also saw him just in the kiss and cry here. He has a bit of his own swag. Like he's got confidence there. Probably frustrated with the short program, no question, wanting to prove this. But if this is the start of where he's at, just watch out what's to come.
And certainly, you know, the quad lutz demonstrates such comfort with that. There'll be so much time devotion. Now there's the flip of what some others do. There's a need to focus on better skating skills.
Yeah.
He has the tech score pretty well established.
Yeah, and very much like Ilya and Nathan Chen. When they learned those basic quads and those elements, they then started to develop in the other area.
It'd be interesting to do a study on those that have landed clean quads in competition at what age of development, because the fast twitch fibers that are so necessary to assume it's such an acute speed that needs to be amassed, and the earlier that's done, the more they can bank upon that consistently.
Yeah, two speeds, one going into the element and one executing the quickness into rotation and then the quickness out of it. So speed all the way around on an element like a quad. Can't do that standing still. Free program score 136.86. And of course that's first by a lot with a 191.42 for this young man. The coaches look happy.
He wants more, I think. That's good.
Well, he knows he can do more, and that's the frustrating thing. He lost out in the short program, but wow, look at that spread there, almost 30 points between first and second, at least at this stage.
And now the French teammates giving that recognizable French support as Jean Médard, the 17-year-old, starts his free skate to the music creep. Love the body movement at the end for Jean Médard from France, choreographer Nina Haddad.
You know what my thought was here, Mark? I wondered, he came out on the ice to hear the scores of the skater before him. It looked like he had this adrenaline push and that he was rushing and trying to chase, not the score, but trying to chase it into his program. And so sometimes those external things that you don't practice with every day, you don't hear the score of your competitor every day, all of a sudden can affect you, both physically and psychologically. And I don't know whether that actually happened, but it looked like it did.
Yeah, and certainly Jean Médard looked so strong as an adult. And, we men, we have pride and we have ego, and it's hard to then, this morning in practice see a skater alongside you doing jumping passes that you know is going to be very difficult to beat. And I've experienced that. I've been at competitions where I know in practice that my competitors are going to beat me, and that's tricky in itself because you can't make the change on site. So Jean Médard couldn't suddenly, as much as he wants to, put a quad lutz in his program.
Yeah, and you know what? It's good for athletes, for those young athletes listening to this broadcast. It's really good for you to be able to assess when you go to a competition, you watch the other practice sessions that you might be on one of those. You take a look at the competition and say, okay, that one probably is a little bit better than I am. That one, no, I could beat that one. Okay, just because it's not anything to do with the end result. It's to do with you assessing where you are at against the rest of the field. And you have to look at the rest of the field to understand. And so it's a good thing to do. Now, it's another thing, it's another skill that you have to learn as a competitor, is to cope with those external things and not let them drive you. You have to drive your own bus, but information's important to be able to do that well.
Yeah, and ultimately you have to. It's such a tricky dichotomy because you can only control your own output, and at an event you can't make changes. You have to try to deliver what you've done best in practice.
But you want to learn from the event, and so you got to watch it, right? So yeah.
So the hope is that despite any disappointment that Jean Médard has, and as his coach Emily Telemac explains in the Kissing Crowd what needs to be done, that they take that and then they go back and then they ensure that the training is motivated such that the improvements are visible, evident, and obvious.
It's one of the things I always thought in our sport that I'm not sure coaches, I don't know if this is right or wrong, but I don't think all the coaches do this, is video analysis. And I don't mean of a jump, because in hockey or football or baseball or rugby or cricket or whatever, you analyze your competition by looking at the video. Okay, now to develop strategies, I get it. But if you don't analyze your competition in this sport, then you don't know what the distance is between you and them until you get into the competition. Then you go, oh, well, I was 20 points behind. But you can find that out maybe 6 months ahead, so you can narrow that 20 points behind. But you have to study the sport.
Which is what made Ilya Malin so amazing, is he did things other people didn't expect possible.
Exactly.
Jean Médard, 98.42.
Yeah, the sixth place in the free program with a 153.46. That'll put Jean currently overall into fifth place. He's sort of sitting there wondering what happened, but he'll analyze it. Here we go.
As we see Yehor Kurtsev take to the ice, the 14-year-old who really delivered in this short program. Let's hope he can replicate that with 4 more jumping passes today in the free skate. music of the event for me from Yehor Kurtsev. Great track, and a shame that there were mistakes. He didn't miss a thing in this short program. Mistakes at the beginning, but latterly came through, and he had a wonderfully casual jumping confidence towards the latter stages of the free skate.
Yeah, you know, and the interesting thing is we talked about the difference between the short and free. It's going to be in our upcoming, well, you know, the basics of skating. But we've witnessed that here. We saw that Genrik Gerten from Germany, you know, you thought, oh, well, okay, he didn't have a good short, and he's probably that sort of middle-of-the-pack skater. No, give him the chance at the free, and he just demonstrated it. And the same thing with some of these other skaters who were a little higher in the short program. They're short program skaters, you know, and it looks good. When it comes down to it, you have to be both. And but in juniors, it's a little bit different. I mean, you can climb a long ways, as we just saw this the German skater do. But there's a big difference in physicality and psychology in the approach to the short versus the free. Yes, and I do sense that for Yehor Kurtsev, he's well trained insofar as he was able to give the last jump, his most difficult, the triple lutz, with a good grade of execution at the end of the program. It seemed mistakes that we've seen from others have been much more about stamina, whereas for Yehor, it was perhaps just the pressure and adrenaline of competition because mistakes were made at the beginning, not the end. Oh, needs to. There we go. Thank you for shaping the heart. Look, a little circle there, but you know. But the neat thing is you can see the effort that these skaters are making. You know, they're trying so hard, and sometimes you can over try. What does that mean? That you muscle things, as opposed to allowing the momentum of the flow across the ice on the blade. Use that energy in precise technique, and it takes you through physically. When you skate a clean program, it's the least physicality of anything. It's when you fall 2 or 3 times and slide across the ice, get up, chase the music, fall again, get up, chase the music. That's physically difficult. 107.45 for the free program and a 168.66 for Yehor. That'll put him currently into second place. One skater to go in this group and one more group to follow. And so we have already heard of detailed Alexander Fagan's maturity in detailing his idols with Yuzuru Hanyu, Nathan Chen, and Ilya Malinin all listed. What Alexander Fagan brings to this competition is something perhaps more balletic and stylistic than any. And we hope that the technical element score for Alexander is as strong as the style that he possesses. You can see a little bit of each one of those skaters that he admires in him. Well, Mark, I know because I can see it on your face. This is your type of skater. Go ahead.
Well, we were asked in the warm-up about, comprising the best attributes from various different men's skaters in the world, and there are aspects of Alexander Fagan's style that you could pick above all others, and even some of the spins and the speed. And kudos also to Nina Petrenko for some brilliant choreography too.
The detail, the small little details.
And this is a skater who started skating at 4 years old, was competing already at 5 years old, but that has always, unsurprisingly based on what we see, been supplemented by a very extreme commitment to ballet, which is, you don't have to be a scientist to see that in the way that he moves. And so wonderful to watch, so many brilliant aspects of that, and he'll be pleased after the disappointment of a camel spin nightmare in the short program to have delivered that free skate as he did. I'm fascinated to see what's going to happen as he develops, and I just really hope that triple axels and quads are part of his future.
Well, yeah, if he continues to develop the technical elements to the quality that our other, Yazuros and Nathans and Anilas have done, he has the. I think it's not just classic that he's capable of doing. Although he's ballet trained, I think you'll see him branch out as he grows, as he gets older, into some other genre. But really,
well, the ballet training will have given such a great body awareness. He'll have such great awareness of his body. So then that will be able to be something he and his coach Roman Serov can utilize in different stylistic approaches.
Yes,
just brilliant. And we've referenced throughout.
He's a joy to watch. This is for sure.
Yeah, and we've referenced different names, and obviously Jason Brown has been a name that we've discussed. I think in due course, Alexander Fagan will be a name. Whether or not he's a medalist at World Championships in the future, I don't know. He'd be somebody that the fans will connect with.
Hey, look, totally. That's a different issue. Jason Brown, although has won some medals, there's no question. He's not been the world champion, but he is a champion of the sport.
Fingers crossed. That's cute.
Yeah. Okay, 128.56. That is second in the free program, and you can understand technically it's not quite the same level as the other, but 190.07. And that puts him in second place.
Oh, just.
Yeah, I was just looking for that score. That's not far off. We have 6 skaters to come. It'll be quite the battle.
And what a difference between the top two in their approaches.
Yeah, go ahead, Mark.
So as we see the standings at this stage with just one group to go, we look ahead to some video footage and chance to check in with the Mic'd Up series and Victor Pfeiffer, the team leader and coach from the United States of America, and then some of the backstage series from last year's Junior Grand Prix from Osaka, and then another Mic'd Up episode with Michael Brezina, and a final look at World Ice Skating Day, and that this year will take place on December 15th.
Great content. Enjoy. We'll be back.
Huh? Are you mic'd up, Mark? No. Oh. You're still safe. No, I am mic'd up. You can say hi to our friends. Don't say it now. You're now being recorded. 11:47. No, 1 more minute. 1 minute. Don't do it yet. I would always love to watch skaters on TV, and then I would always turn it on in the locker room at Worlds and stuff on Eurosport, and they would just turn it off, and I would keep turning it. Did I tell you that yet? Do you like watching? Sort of. Yeah. Sort of. A little bit, and then just stop and focus. I'll have to go down and tell Thomas that it's not 6 minutes warm-up, correct his grammar. And then the quick hops with check. Yeah, thank you. I love yours too. Yeah. And then every time you hold the landing position, breathe out, relax, reset. You can do that. And keep attacking, enjoy it. Free of concern, that's it. Yeah.
A little bit of breathless, I think.
Just in a controlled way, I love it. And do a beautiful landing position. Point, 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 finish it up. Make sure it's more than 8, 9, 10. So count to 30. No, I was just watching you in practice and I was like, that's a man who loves his job.
Yeah, I know, I get a little
Or-
into it when they skate, though. I kind of move.
A little bit. I still sometimes have more faith in my students skating than my own. I don't know if that's a good thing or not. Breathe out, relax after your elements. Okay. I'll see you down there. It was funny when the little kids were plugging the holes in the middle of the rink. And like, I don't think people do lutzes and flips there. Now it's perfect. And confident.
Yeah.
And a sassy person.
Sassy buddy.
Exactly. But fight. Sassy person. That was a good save. Keeping it PG. Light crawl up. You got it. Good. He held it. You did more than 6 on the count.
Amazing. Thank you. Thank you.
Nice performance. Great save on the flying set, actually.
Yes.
Oh, this way? Come on.
Oh, so close to 70.
That's good. It's a personal best.
Yeah, that is a personal best.
You know what it is? This is way too high. Right? Like, I look like a toddler sitting here.
Welcome to Osaka.
So scary. Number 2.
Oh yeah, he did not hold back. He did not hold back. I like that. computer's frozen. Warm-up just finished. Do you want me to stay over there and get you when like the third skater comes? You wanna stay? No matter what you're doing, just stay on your feet and you'll be fine. You keep your body and you just use your legs to jump, use your arms to rotate. You'll be fine. You step into the jump around the corner, it's gonna kick you out. This is too much force. Everything's good. Stay soft. Yeah? Just use your knees. It's no different from any other competition. Yeah? Looks sharp, just like your skating's gonna be, right? Let's go. Let's do this. All right, skate around, wait for your name, bend your knees, jump with your legs, and go for check. All right, let's do this. Come on. Get in. Check. Nice. Do it. Good. Hold it. Oh, speed up, speed up. Lutz was super nice. Probably the best one I've seen from you in a while. Yeah? Yeah. All right. Good. Good start. Yeah, I like it.
Happy World Ice Skating Day, everyone!
The following skaters will take dance for a 6 minutes warm-up. From Canada, Anthony Harati. From Japan, Shinsuke Nakamura. From Slovakia, Lucas Vacheli. From Republic of Korea, Jacob Lee. From Israel, Nikita Shekor. From Japan, Sana Takahashi.
Welcome back to the Volvo Sports Centre for the final group of men competing in the men's free skate. Anthony Paradis on screen now.
And Mark, we've seen some remarkable, sorry to use your word twice, your name twice, but performances so far. It's really exciting. That's what I love the juniors. You never know what's coming up, and some people rise to the occasion, and others that you expect take a little bit longer. So unpredictable, but we've seen some great performances so far.
We really have, and that quad lutz by Genrik Gartung, part of the reason that he is accelerating up the rankings. Such an amazing opening jump, and we're able to, in our break, just check, thanks to some friends, on the others that have achieved such a feat, and now Genrik becomes only the 4th skater at Junior Grand Prix to land a quad lutz with such a positive grade. Sorry, correction, that's not correct. The 4th male skater to land
yes, that's right.
quad lutz, because 2 females have done that, including Alyssa Liu, who has retired after her world bronze medal, and now she's back.
She did that, I believe, in Lake Placid, and Alexandra Trusova did that in, was not Australia, it wasn't Brisbane. She tried the quad cell there, but
it was in Armenia in 2018.
Ah, okay, there you go, thank you.
And Alyssa Liu did it also in Poland. She did it twice.
Yeah.
And that in itself, whilst we will return to the discussion in the men's event, fascinating to hear a skater like Alyssa Liu, who had such amazing successes as a junior and a senior, and then achieved a world bronze medal and retired, and now returning this season. And I find it's like the story of Diana Stellato de Deck, to hear somebody who must have sufficient passion for the sport wanting to enter back into the competitive arena despite all of the challenges and exhaustion that brings with it.
You can't get it out of your blood.
No.
When you have had that before, you get tired, you need a rest.
Yeah.
But it doesn't leave you. And if you still have the energy to pursue it and challenge yourself, you realize what a privilege it is to put yourself out there. But sometimes people need a break. So
and how wonderful that some athletes have this support from their families to be able to do it, because I'm sure there are many other athletes that would have loved to continue for longer in the competitive arena.
And I'm so looking forward to seeing Alyssa skate, because I remember when she first came on the Junior Grand Prix, I think I did an interview with her, and I don't know where it was. I think it was in the States somewhere. And she was just charming. And, she was really, an old soul in many ways. And I didn't find it surprising when she wanted to retire, because she had accomplished a lot, and she's a academic as well. So,
good on her.
Okay, final group of men. What's your prediction?
Oh gosh! Wow.
Yeah, don't you love that one?
That's a hard one. Well, I think coming into the event, I thought Shunsuke Nakamura was likely to lead the event. He struggled a little bit through his short program, and that's the reason that he's in 5th place. And I wouldn't have predicted Sena Takahashi to be the leader, but not only is he the leader, but he's the leader by some margin as well. And it'd be interesting to see whether or not the young 14-year-old can keep that. He's got over almost 5.5 points ahead of Nikita Sheiko.
Well, I'm going to be interested to see whether Nikita Sheiko's free program is as potentially as effective as the short program was. Because if it is, then Sena can't really afford too many mistakes.
Yeah. Yes, absolutely.
Because he doesn't have quite the same program yet, and ability yet, that Nikita demonstrated in the short program. But either one, we don't know until we see both programs.
And certainly this group will have very many different approaches. Nikita Shigo will skate to Dracula, and that'll have its own level of interpretation, and we can expect those to see.
There's kind of only one way to interpret Dracula.
Yeah. And certainly we can expect to see some brilliant interpretation from Anthony Paradis, who is, it's interesting, I've referenced Alexander Fagan, the second place skater at this stage, and how he has attributes and successes in his skating that are world class, or certainly world remarkable. This next performer, Anthony Paradis, another who has something that makes him unique amongst both the juniors and the seniors.
Because the interesting thing is, Alexander Fagan is more classically trained, and you can see it, and it's beautiful, it's wonderful. But then with Anthony Paradis, he is, I don't know if he has ballet training or not. What he has is storytelling, and everything you will see in this young man skating is authentic, and it's from his heart and from his mind and from his creativity. You may like it and you may not like it, but it is authentic to him. It is truly him.
And indeed, Anthony said, as we see him building speed to take to start position, when asked about the story behind his programs, he said, the free program is me, how Anthony feels, who he is, and the person he is today.
And you'll see that revealed right now.
Anthony Paradis, he was a whisker of having the highest program component scores in the short program despite the mistakes. Maybe the same in this free skate, but unfortunately just a few too many mistakes. That was a tough skate.
Yeah, and the interesting thing is that he has so much movement in the upper body with the choreography and emotion coming out of his heart into his soul and out through the arms and all of that, that it makes the technical elements more difficult because you're having to cope with so much movement and different directions going into an element which needs stability. And so this will take time for him to be able to separate all that and completely focus. As we watch the opening here, I'm just going to play that. You can just see right off the bat all the feeling that goes into this young man's performance. That's his priority. The jumps and the spins, he knows he needs to work on it, and he is. But his priority is to be who he is, what he wants on the ice, and he certainly does that. Opening triple lutz, triple toe, nice, Mark.
And Anthony explained to me that as we see this triple flip, that the process of choreography with David Wilson was one of the best experiences he's ever had. And he said David had told him, you're not even performing your program, you're just sharing your emotions with us.
Nice, that's beautiful.
And how great as we just see that step out again on the double axel,
yeah,
that the choreographer could recognize that when working with this type of human, there's not a need to necessarily create a storyline, just tapping into what Anthony brings to skating, which
and
is
how
so
smart
brilliant.
of David, you know, to recognize that, to know that. Of course, that's one of the reasons he's one of the great choreographers in the world, right? So I think that this young man brings a breath of fresh air to the sport. Now, it is a sport, and there's the technical side, and he knows he has to work on that, and he is working on it. It's not all there. It's going to take time. It's great stuff.
Yeah, some wonderful stuff, but you could hear, I think after the step out of the double axel in the back of the triple lutz, you could see the coach, Yvan Desjardins, just empowering and imploring his student to just try to mentally recheck back in, to try and stick more of the landings.
Yeah. Well, you're right. I mean, there are some people that may never win a world medal, but they've left their mark on the sport. I think he's one of these that possibly can do that, will do that. He's doing it early on. Still many years to come. We'll see. 119.44. That is third in the free program with a total competition score of 184.28. And that'll put Anthony Paradis currently into third place with 5 skaters to come. And those points would be made up by those technical mistakes. If he was, once he gets those programs nice and clean, you'll see that score really climb.
And now to Shunsuke Nakamura, a skater who has qualified previously for the Junior Grand Prix final. He'll be realistically needing a podium place to be in contention of repeating that this year, and we wish him all the best as he skates to Lamentations of the Heart. Shunsuke Nakamura makes his claim toward the podium. He's won Junior Grand Prix 2 years ago. He was second in Armenia last year. Anything less than that will be a disappointment.
Wow, that is a passionate and precise technical and emotional program. Just beautiful. Right piece of music for the right skater at this time. A solid performance and kind of balance between technical and
That's
PCs.
exactly what I was going to say. We've seen some great technical beats with Genrich with the quad loops. We've seen artistry from Alexander. We've seen interpretation from Anthony. But this, the best combination of all of the different attributes necessary for points. And there was a triple loop that was just timed incredibly well in the music.
Here's the triple, or the quad. Toe, which looked like a sock out at the start, but it went in as a toe.
Well, talking of toe, we'll come to that. The time on his back edge in the comp was so quick. On the two triples, like that triple axel, triple toe, he doesn't reload at all. It's just straight backing up and in.
This is look at that forward outside edge change, back inside to forward outside with a little hop, keeps the speed going. You're watching it in slow motion. It's still pretty fast.
Yeah.
Way faster than I can do. And here we go with the triple flip. Yeah, see how quick that free leg came back? Amazing. You need it.
And it's interesting because as we look at this next combination, triple Lutz Euler, triple Salchow, the judges' chart for reductions had added, I think last season, there was a mandatory deduction if there was a big change of edge, and we're seeing a technique whereby a lot of the skaters were landing the first triple and doing a big power pull change edge to reload, and Shunsuke is a good example of not doing that.
Yeah. Beautiful. Great job.
So Tatsuki Muramoto and Mia Hamada were sitting in the kiss and cry with the winners of the women's event last night.
144.34, that is first place. Good score. The total competition score 212.73, clearly takes over the lead. But there are 4 more to come. And there we see a good 21 points difference. He's pretty calm. Okay, that looks good.
It's a wait and see now.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
And now to a skater who demonstrated huge improvements 2 days ago in his short program. 17-year-old from Slovakia, Lukáš Vaclavek. Lukasz Vaklavic, he said that he's always loved movies, games and media which inspire him, and that motivated this choice of the Truman Show for his free skate. I think a skater with huge potential.
Yeah, totally. He has great technique, and just got a little loose and sloppy on some of the landings that costed the points, but talk about acceleration all the way through the program. Like, he never slowed down. He just kept on running across the ice and carrying that speed and aggressiveness into the jumps. And some of them were just spectacular. Others had mistakes.
And interestingly, his coach had explained that Lukasz struggles with when making mistakes in practice, with the mental aspect of that and being able to comprehend imperfection. And they said that the skater wants people to know, no, I can do it better than that. I don't want it to be known. I'm not going to commit fully to this landing if it's going to be a tight one or a fought for one. And the mistakes can be made.
Yeah.
But the obvious quality behind mistakes, very evident. And why
for sure. Let's take a look at the free program scores for Luka. 120.49. That is fourth in the free program. He has a total competition score of 194.02, but that is second overall with 3 skaters to come. It's going to be tough to stay in podium contention. Had he skated really clean and not, he might have had a shot at it, but we'll see what happens. 3 more to come.
Next to skate, representing the Republic of Korea,
The top 3.
Yes, it's crunch time now for those wanting to maintain their podium position after the short program 2 days ago. Jae Kwon Lee has had a long way since the short program. Now, time to deliver as he aspires to take his first Junior Grand Prix medal.
All right, this kid is good.
Yes, very, very good. And I mentioned yesterday about how he's been hovering around podium positions for the past 3 seasons, but the choreo sequence at the end there and some of the transitional content had such a commitment and command that suggests that he is going to fight to be a podium contender.
Yeah, and he's very balanced. Like he has, he's got work on connection to the music still. I didn't improve that area. Speed, flow, aggressive, assertiveness throughout the program, good jump technique. Yeah, he's got a lot.
Really like aspects of this program choreography, I think, by Misha G.
How old is he?
Only 16.
16, yeah.
And so, we've seen very young men competing from Korea. This now is still so young, but so experienced already in his 3rd season.
Beautiful triple axel, gets the free leg back in time, launches up into the triple toe loop. Great height, good flow. All the ingredients you want for a nice, strong jump combination. And there's another triple axel, quick off that takeoff edge. Just beautiful. Positive GOEs. There's the triple flip on a lean. Gets a little bit behind the music, catches up quickly. Slow this one down. Here's the triple Lutz. Look how tight he is. Look how tight the feet are. Young skaters watch those feet in the air. Straight and strong. Straight and strong. It's going to save so many jumps and give you good quality as well. Here's the triple Lutz. Look how straight he is in the air. Soft knees in the landing. Steps up in the double axel. And then one more double axel. Wow.
That knee action on the back edge of each of those was so conducive to flow, so conducive to more points. And I thought that outside edge and the skid and then this speed and intensity in the combo spin wasn't leaving any additional points. Doing all he could to amass extra presentation there.
And where he's at from a presentation perspective, it's good. It is really good. There's much more he can fill out and will be filled out. But he has this passion of performance, and in body language you can see that contributes to an exciting performance, even if there's more to fill.
And I read that his idols are Yoma Kageyama and Shoma Uno. Shoma obviously now retired, but 2-time world champion. So he's obviously appreciative of that great skating.
He's been watching them, and that's the thing for the young skaters watching these ones, aspiring to become a top junior. These juniors are watching the seniors aspiring to become a top senior. They're using streaming and television to motivate them and to learn. 146.48. First in the free program, there's a smile. The total competition score of 220.26 is Jae-Kun Lee of Korea is in the lead. He's got a medal for sure. He's a little excited to get out of there, but he's got a medal for sure. We don't know what color it'll be. The next 2 skaters will determine that for themselves and for him.
And so that applies pressure upon another 16-year-old. Nikita Sheiko delivered a short program that I think Ted will remember for many years to come. Let's hope he can deliver another.
Will we see the same Nikita show up in the free program? And I'm not talking technically. We'll find out right now.
Nikita Sheko making mistakes, but even the finish position, commitment to his choreography.
I want to see him always skate clean because nothing's taken away from the performance. But if you look past the mistakes, and you need to in this, he still brought the same type of passion and performance into this free program. Now, because there's more technical elements to do, he still has some emptiness, if you will, between the elements. There's still some more transition. But here's the problem with that, is that you get so engulfed in the performance that it's exhausting into the elements, and they start to make mistakes as he did in this program. And he loses a little bit of the magic that he had in the short.
Yeah.
But still, it's brilliant. One of my skaters that I most enjoy to watch, for sure. And you can see right off the bat here.
Yeah, mistake on that, the triple axel. But even from the opening movement, the investment into the concept of the theme and the choreography, more committed perhaps than any other that we've, well, Anthony Parody.
Yeah. Similar and yet different. They both have incredible passion for their performance, but they do it differently. He likes the small details here, and so does Anthony, and it makes the technical part of the sport way more difficult when you're doing all these transitions and turns and skids. And
it's interesting, this is the transition that we saw first from him last year. So brilliant.
Right into the triple flip, pardon me. But you see, that's the problem. With the beautiful entry, then he's slow on the landing, loses some GOE. But you know what? It'll come, because when he has all the technique, this is not an issue. It's carrying the flow all the way through the program and not letting little errors sort of tear it down a little bit, right?
And interesting, when we cast back to the short program, which was so incredibly moving, good to see that the judges recognizing a differentiation across the three components, because his presentation component is strong, still the skating skills not as much flow and glide as some of the other competitors. So the judges recognizing with the criteria that they've given that the composition and the presentation stronger for Nikita than the skating skills.
And the nice thing about this young man and Anthony is they're their own person, and they show that on the ice. It's 117.87 for the free program. That's 7th, and a total competition score of 193.48, and that'll put him currently into 4th place. He's got lots of ability. It's going to be a lot of fun watching him the rest of the year and in years to come.
And I really admire the maturity in which he's accepted that disappointing move off the podium. Very admirable.
He's got work to do, no question, but his start is great.
And now to the final competitor in the men's free skate, Sena Takahashi. It was music from The Greatest Showman 2 days ago. Now, complete stark contrast as he skates to Vivaldi and the Four Seasons. That's my favorite part. It was such a delightful smile on the face of Senan Takahashi from Japan as he landed the final jumping past the double axel.
Youthful exuberance, no question.
As Mao Shimada and Akira Kishida, the Japanese entrants in the women's competition, cheer him on, his training mates.
You know, that this young man is a real fierce competitor. He's not the best technique in the air.
No.
He's still a little broken in the knees. And okay, that's sounding really critical. It's brilliant what he does. Let's set that standard right. But he's got room for improvement in those things. But he is a fierce competitor. He knows what he wants to project. Carries the speed and flow just amazing across the ice. Always accelerating. And here's a look at the triple axel. You can see, but he still makes them work so well, right? Even if they're a little bit off kilter in the air. Here's a good speed. Watch him accelerate off this toe pick. Pops up into the air. Yeah, so nicely done. This was the best jump, I think. The best technique, the best timing, if you will. Look at that nice Ina Bauer right into a knee slide.
And I think whilst there may be facets of other skaters that were better in various different parts of the, like as we see this triple axel, there's not the same running edges we maybe could have seen from others on jump landings, as we to be going out very conscientiously throughout the program. He was so expressive in the short program. We didn't get to see a glimpse of expression as innately until the landing of that triple sacco, triple toe.
Good point.
But it was smart move, because he absolutely delivered, and
Yeah,
the
he
only
had
really
focus.
clean skate.
Yeah, exactly. You got to deliver the main part of the meal. In juniors, that's just do the elements. You know, in seniors, it's you have two meals. You got to deliver. You have to deliver them both.
And actually, I think Senan Takahashi is going to go on to win this competition, but he's also, I think, the only skater to skate cleanly in the free skate of the 27 men. So it's going to be a deserving win.
And let's see his reaction to these scores.
He had 132 at a domestic event a couple of weeks ago.
He should beat that. We'll find out right now. Whoa, a 148.61. Obviously first in the free program. He'll take the title with a 229.66. And he's surprised, shocked, thrilled, you name it.
And extending the comfortable lead he already had in this short program.
Just 14 years old. Wow, lots more to come from this young man. Overall thoughts, Mark?
Well, it's always wonderful when you see make sense of the result for the untrained eye, but there's no doubt anybody watching would see Senan Takahashi, the worthy winner. Delightful to see Jae-Kwon Lee in his third season on the Junior Grand Prix take silver.
Yeah, it's amazing. And I thought this is one of the best men's event that I've seen for quite a while. We talked a lot about last year, the men's being a little bit more inconsistent. The women have always sort of delivered. My surprise so far, the first 1 out of 7 weeks, is the men's event and the pairs event. So the depth is there. It's really good, outstanding. Any final comments?
Well, it sends a signal, hopefully a very positive and exciting signal, to all the rest of the competitors that we'll see in the next 6 stops on the Junior Grand Prix in the men's event.
Absolutely. Up next, the free dance, the final event here in week 1 in Riga on the Junior Grand Prix. We hope you've enjoyed it. For all of us here at the ISU, I'm Ted Barton along with Mark Hanratty. We'll be back right after this with the free dance.